Hi, good morning from St John's on this special day, our National Day. Wherever you are in the world, whether you're a Manxie, a former island resident, or right here on the fairground today, welcome to Tynwald Day 2025. The midsummer sitting of Tynwald Court has been held for over 1,000 years. History, heritage, pride and culture, all wrapped up in one. I'm Kiri Kermode.
And I'm James Davis. Good morning to you. And we are gearing up here really to celebrate the island's unique parliamentary democracy. I call it a unique parliamentary theatre, really, because it's so compelling. We are standing in front of Tynwald Hill, of course, where the formal proceedings, the open-air Tynwald ceremony of Tynwald Court will be taking place later this morning, which, of course, is the pinnacle, if you like, of all of it. But there's so much going on. And, of course, Tynwald is a time for reflection. It is a time to look ahead as well. And the hill we're actually standing in front of is just one element of today's offering, which is steeped in history.
It certainly is. The Tynwald Hill has been the heart of the island's community for over 1,000 years. And we're not quite sure how the Vikings proclaimed their Lord of Man, but we're sure it would have been here on Tynwald Hill.
I'm sure it would have been as well. Already the entertainment has started. Onken Silver Band, under the musical direction of David Caron, have been playing a number of pieces already, including at the moment, I think, James Bond. So 007 is in the building somewhere. As we stand on the processional way between the St John's Chapel and Tynwald Hill, the rushes have been laid, and also we've got the Boll and Bane. We picked that up from before from the robing room. Hats for anybody who's on their way down should be worn at a jaunty angle. I'm told it's the fitting way. And talking of elegance and decadence, Kiri, you've delighted us again this year with a special. Well, best for you to describe it, I think.
Well, Claire Jane again worked her magic. Local lady in Port Erin made this lacy number this year, a little bit different, but it's about that community spirit on Tynwald Day. It's so special, and a Manx theme for me as well. Well, leading the troops today, this Tynwald Day, of course, for the fourth time, Chief Minister Alfred Cannon. The pedigree of the Cannon family is clear. His father, David, MHK for Michael for 29 years. Alfred's grandfather, Reverend Canon Charles Alfred Cannon, was the vicar of Kirkmichael for 33 years, a former chaplain to the House of Keys. And being a fluent Manx speaker, he read the laws on Tynwald Hill from 1938 to 1961. Quite a stint.
Quite a stint indeed.
And in addition, Alfred's great-grandfather, John William Cannon, also represented for 2 terms in the 1900s and the mid-20s for the constituency of Michael. That's 4 generations of the Cannon family, over 117 years and 91 years to the present day on Tynwald Hill. James, you caught up with the Chief Minister just recently.
Yes, I caught up with him a few days ago at government offices when he's been reflecting on his time really as Chief Minister. Of course, this is his 4th time here leading the troops, and it will be 4 years in the post since in September this year. And of course, also looking ahead on what the main challenges are for this administration. Just what I think 14 months left of the Cannon administration, and well, this is what he had to say. Well, Tynwald Day 2025, it marks your 4th as Chief Minister. How do you reflect on the significance of today, the day itself, and indeed the broader events which surround it?
As a day, I mean, it is always a day of reflection for me. I think we should take a lot of pride in the independence of our nation, our relationships that we have with the governments around us, and the ability very much to think for ourselves on so many different matters and to build the nation and build the island that we want to live in.
Well, the political landscape, both locally and globally, feels increasingly complex. In a small but self-governing nation such as ours, how do you ensure that government remains both responsive but also resilient in the face of growing external pressures, if I can put it that way?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think we have to recognise the limitations of our capabilities, particularly when it comes to international affairs and defence and security, and that's very much in the hands of the United Kingdom and has been for many, many years, decades. And, you know, we have to respect that we do not have an army or a defence force, and that we're not represented in international forums, and that other people have to do that representation for us. We have close relationships with the United Kingdom government. I'm down at least once a quarter meeting ministers and do make representations when appropriate. But of course, we have that constitutional position. We should respect what we have the ability to legislate for and to look after in terms of our powers here on the island. And I think we should respect the United Kingdom's position when it comes to defence and foreign affairs matters.
What do you see as the most pressing challenges and perhaps opportunities facing the island right now and in the 12 months to come?
Well, there's always a range of priorities. So for last year, for example, security was high on our lists, the economy was high on our lists, the immigration issue was high on our lists, and we've been steadily but steadily tackling a lot of those issues. Looking ahead, clearly, as we speak today, there is a lot happening around us again globally. Doubtless things like oil prices, for example, are going to be impacted. That will have some impact here at the petrol pumps and those people who are using oil on a daily basis, either to heat their homes or perhaps potentially for commercial purposes. So actually, we will have to continue to tackle a range of issues, but I think the economy very much remains at the forefront of our thinking in terms of taking the island forward. There's a number of challenges facing business in a number of areas, whether that's tax rates, international tax rates, which we're applying to some of our big businesses over here, the cost of living, for our families on the island, or indeed our competitiveness as generally as a jurisdiction. So there's lots of challenges in that front, and without a strong economy, without the jobs, without the business confidence, then of course life generally becomes a lot tougher, and we need of course all the revenue that we can get in to continue to provide the services, the public services that people want. So yeah, very much for the next 12 months it is going to be a strong focus on the economy and how we can seek to take that forward successfully and tackle some of these challenges that we can see looming on the horizon.
Well, Tynwald Day often prompts people to reflect on their identity and their belonging. What to you defines being Manx or being an islander in 2025?
I think definitely a strong sense of feeling of independence. I think we have strong culture and heritage, and we have sought to build on that in fact in recent years, and we've seen that come through culturally in a number of areas, not least in terms of our promotion of the Manx language, and in 2026 we'll see even more focus on the Manx language, but also in some of the traditions that come alongside that and some of the cultural aspects and activities that also lie alongside. So we should take great pride in our heritage, in our culture. I think we have that spine of independent thought, of self rule, if you like, in so many different ways, and we should be tremendously proud of that. And I think we should sit back on Tynwald Day itself and reflect on all the good things that we enjoy as an island, including peace and security and the ability to live together in an island which I think offers so much.
I suppose amongst all the formality and the ceremony, Tynwald Day is ultimately about people, people coming together. What do you hope that those meeting at St John's today, or indeed watching from afar, take away from the day?
Well, I hope they take away a sense of occasion. It is very much an occasion. It's a blend, I think, of many different colours, of heritage, of tradition, and a ceremony that carries so many component parts linked to our history, not least the reading of the laws in Manx, but also the band that will be there, and of course the Fairfield as well, which gives everybody that chance to have a bit of fun, but also share in Manx produce and Manx entertainment, and see some of our local charities up close and at work firsthand. So there's a lot to take in. I hope, if nothing else, people will take away that sense of pride in the island, but mostly I hope they will be able to spend the day at some point celebrating not only their Manxness, the heritage that we have, but also sharing some time with their family and friends.
Well, I know there's few prouder people that walking along the processional way on Tynwald Day than yourself. Thank you for your time, and enjoy Tynwald Day.
Thank you, James.
Canon, I was talking to him at government offices a few days ago. Well, I'm delighted to be joined now by an official guest of Tynwald Day 2025, Michael Stephen. Good morning to you, sir. A very warm welcome. You have been here since Thursday, I think, Wednesday, Thursday
Yes.
of last week. Let's begin by asking you a very special visit this time, and first and foremost, paying respects to your late father.
Yes, I came over here about this time last year and met Bill Quine, who was a 10-year-old boy who had actually seen the crash in which my father was killed in the TT in 1953. And I then drove around the course, and it wasn't until then that I realized the extraordinary skill and courage that is required to ride around that course at 100 miles an hour. And I had a great respect for my father for doing that, and decided to put up a memorial to him at Rencullen as near as possible to the place where he actually died. And that was done on Friday in the presence of the Chief Minister.
That was a touching moment for you and your family, I believe, and during the weekend as well, you've got to find out more about what encapsulates island life and meet some of those people involved in the current day in the community.
Yes, indeed. Let me just say that the memorial was unveiled not only by me, his son, but also by his grandson and his little great-grandson, who's only 7 years old. I've come to realize that Harry's ancestors, and therefore mine, have lived in this island since the reign of the first Queen Elizabeth. And he was killed 6 days after the coronation of the second Queen Elizabeth.
Steeped in history, I would imagine you found the whole visit quite moving.
Very moving indeed, and everyone on the island, from the Chief Minister and everyone else, has been very kind.
And you've been at subsequent events over the weekend, the garden party yesterday amongst them, here today. What have you made of the whole, and I appreciate it's very early on with today's proceedings, but what have you made of it so far?
Yes, we went to the garden party yesterday and met the governor. That was a wonderful experience to meet so many people, including the captains of Derby and Andreas, where my father's ancestors are buried. So we're going to go out there on Tuesday and see if we can find some of their graves.
It's a very moving time, and you're accompanied by your wife, of course, and you mentioned the family there, and even down to 7-year-old. What do you make of island life generally and what you've encountered?
Well, I think it's wonderful. We live in the middle of London, so coming here, and the weather's wonderful today, isn't it? But I'm told it's not always like this. And the scenery of the inland areas, the hillside scenery with the sheep, it's absolutely wonderful. It's like being in the north of Scotland.
And just finally, of course, you have very much your own parliamentary and political pedigree.
Yes, I went into the army in the early 70s, and on one extraordinary day, I was commanding the Queen's Lifeguard at Whitehall in the morning, and was sent over here. Was sent over to Belfast because one of our troop leaders had been shot. So there I was in Whitehall in the morning, and in action against the IRA in Belfast in the evening. So that was quite some day. Well, I survived that and was elected to Parliament in 1992. And I served until 1997, when, as you remember, most of us Conservative MPs were thrown out.
It was a big switch, yes. Yes.
But before I was thrown out, I became PPS at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. And of course, Isle of Man is a very important fishery.
Michael Stephen, I could talk to you for far longer, but thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a very enjoyable day. Thank you for your time. And Kiri has now been joined by the Onken MHK, Rob Collister.
Rob, how are you feeling today? The sun is shining.
Well, this is my 9th Tynwald Day. I think this one, more than any other, is a little bit special because I'll be thinking about lost colleagues. I think my thoughts this morning, especially when I take my seat in the chapel and when I take my seat on the hill, I will be thinking about my colleague Tim Baker, who was a very close friend and colleague for 6 years of my life. So, my thoughts are with his family today. I also want to say hello to my mum-in-law, Leslie, who's come over from Sheffield, but unfortunately is ill this morning. So she's sat in a hotel room in Douglas, but I hope she'll be with us later on today.
Well, this is it. Now it's broadcast live. She might be able to watch it back there. But for you, Rob, growing up as a young person on the Isle of Man, is Tynwald Day still as special?
Every time that I'm asked to take my seat on Tynwald Hill, I did it the very first time in 2013 as the chair of Onken Commissioners, and then obviously I've had the proud privilege to do it the last 7-8 years. So for me, every time I'm here to represent those constituents that can't come here today and to represent the people of the island. My name is very much a Manx name, so it goes back generations. So I'm super proud to be able to sit in that chapel and then to parade and take my seat on Tynwald Hill.
And do you still get a little bit nervous when you're sitting on that Tynwald Hill? How do you feel?
Every time, and I'm always praying. I don't mind the weather as long as it's not raining, and I'm always thinking one year when the rain definitely comes, I'll have to move seats because I'm sitting inside the tent and I know my colleague from Onken is just outside, so I'm sure you'll see a seat swap when it starts to rain one year, I'm sure.
Oh, brilliant. And will you get a chance to have a look around the Fairfield later on this afternoon?
Absolutely, it's all part of the day. I always come down early, follow the same routine, park the car, take a walk down to the hill, we'll come back, go for a cup of tea, relax, chill, get into the chapel, and then, as I say, enjoy the fair. So it is very much our national day, and I'm looking forward to today, but today is going to be a little bit more special because I am thinking of lost friends and colleagues.
Well, enjoy your day, Robin. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Take care. Bye.
Kiri and indeed Rob Collister, the MHK for Onken, one of the two MHKs for Onken. Well, I'm delighted to be joined by Heather Dakin from Manx Family Concerts. Now, if you haven't heard of Manx Family Concerts, I could say, where have you been? But I'm not going to say that. I'm going to ask Heather here just a little bit about Manx Family Concerts. You're here today, obviously, and you've been going for about 18 months or so now?
Oh, a little bit longer now. We're heading for our 3rd Christmas.
No, really?
I know, time flies. So we put on concerts for families, especially designed for children. So the idea is that it's a engaging space full of games and music, but also somewhere where children can be children. Some of them are based on stories, some of them are based on musical instruments. The idea is just to come and engage with music in a way that is age appropriate and fun for everyone.
How important is that to have your background and your husband's is in education? How important is it to have that from an early age and to be exposed to that?
I mean, there's a vast amount of research around the benefits of music in the early years, particularly in terms of development of language and social skills, and particularly post-COVID, that's something that we've seen has really impacted young people. So I think from our perspective, it makes a huge difference, but also it's an opportunity for families to connect, which is a rare thing when we're all so busy working and racing around to clubs here, there and everywhere. So it's a real opportunity.
Quite fitting that we're actually saying that. Well, we can hear Onken Silver Band under the musical direction of David Caron playing in the background, playing Sweet Caroline. Very, very enjoyable actually. So in terms of concerts, they've proven very popular, a complete breadth and depth of different talents and different elements of music. You've got a couple coming up this summer, and I know this is an advert, but tell us about this, because again, you're meeting different niches, aren't you?
We are. So the next one is Tiddler, so based on Julia Donaldson's book in 2 weeks from today, I think it is now, just a bit less than that, which is all but sold out, so sorry about that. Later in the summer we'll be doing Super Tato in
a Methodist Church Hall.
The green.
Excellent.
But we aim very much, for them to be affordable, so that it's accessible for families, but also to try and include as much Manx music as we can, because at the end of the day, yes, we are musicians, but we're part of this phenomenal musical culture that our island has, and it's important that that's represented as well.
Well, it's a super initiative. If people want to come and see you here all day with the team, where can the public find you?
We are in the Manx tent over that side of the Fairfield. You'll see our huge flag and probably hear us before you see us.
Well, Heather and all the family and the team behind Manx Family Concerts, thank you for all the work you do, and thank you for your time this morning, and have a super day. Hope you get that bacon bash. Thank you very much. And Kiri is now with the North Douglas MHK, David Ashford.
With David Ashford, how are you feeling today?
Well, it's marvellous. Bit windy, but obviously the sun is out, and that's the main thing.
And you've got a top hat to wear, so hopefully it'll stay put today.
Well, we might be a few top hats flying off the hill at a later time, but we'll soon know.
But isn't it lovely? People are starting to arrive now on this very special National Day. What does it mean to you to be sat in the chapel and then to make your way to the hill?
Well, as someone who's Manx born and obviously grew up on the island as well, it's absolutely fabulous. I'd never expected to become a member of the House of Keys. And if anyone had told me many years ago I probably would have called them a liar. So it's absolutely amazing to take part in this, to have this ritual that shows everything that's great about the island and gives us a chance to really see the island at the best. It's a day for families, it's a day for all of the island community.
And have you been coming to Tynwald Fair Day since you were a little fella then?
I've been coming on and off, not consistently every single year, but yeah, we've been coming for a long time. I won't say how many years.
No. And how do you feel now? The year is rolling on, your time at MHK is rolling on. How are you finding it all?
So yeah, I mean, I don't know where time goes, to be honest, these days. The years just seem to roll by. There's always 101 things to be doing, and probably 101 things people think we should be doing. But no, time is passing, and of course there's only one more year of this administration left, and then yet another general election, and we'll see what comes next year.
Absolutely. And today many of the constituents will be able to come up and have a chat with you. Will you be going around the Fairfield for that opportunity?
I will indeed. It's one of the most wonderful things, going out, speaking to the businesses that are there on the Fairfields as well, and the charitable organisations, and being able to see everyone enjoy themselves. Like I say, it's a real community atmosphere, and I think that's what brings to the fore. We're a small island community, and it shows our community at its best.
It really, really does. And how do you feel sitting on the actual hill and it's actually all going ahead?
Like I say, it's a real honour and it's a real privilege, and one I never really thought I'd actually have to be part of this. There's so many that dates back a long time in one form or another, and to be actually a part of that is to be a part of history.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time, David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm joined by one of the petitioners. Again, the petitioners will be starting to congregate by the official entrance to the Lich Gate here over the next 10-15 minutes or so. But one of the petitioners is a Castletown resident, David Watts. Good morning, David.
Good morning, James.
Very decadent and splendid with the boater, and a bit windy,
for the boater.
Bit windy for the boater. Let me ask you what your petition, presumably it's one, it may be a few actually, but what the essence of your petitions are about this year, because I know it may not be this year, but certainly education has been very much at the forefront of your thoughts for well over a decade in the Isle of Man.
Yes, it's another one on education. This time I'm petitioning for Tynwald to establish a select committee to establish the circumstances surrounding the granting of £2.25 million to King William's College. I've done a series of freedom of information requests to the Treasury, the Attorney General's Chambers, who are the charities regulator, and the Department for Enterprise, who run the loan scheme, if you like. I've got the last 5 years of audited accounts from King William's College, and there are some serious questions to ask, looking at their financial governance, the due diligence that was done by the Treasury and the Department for Enterprise, and the viability of the college as a going concern. There are very serious questions in those accounts. And the most interesting things, James, is that loan was approved on the 26th of March this year. The last audited accounts would have been 2023, because the college did not submit their accounts within the timescale allowed for their last financial year. They weren't received and accepted on file by the regulator until the 10th of June, just last month.
They have been accepted.
They've been accepted now, but when the loan was granted, of course, the Treasury would not have had sight of them.
Let me ask you, for a school with the history and pedigree of King William's College, and it's been established for so long, what do you? I would imagine you see the importance of it, and it's the reputation and everything that goes with that to the Isle of Man. But it's what is your essence is obviously about financial due diligence here, but how do you balance that with the importance of supporting a school which like so many public schools in the last 5 years and more, particularly with after COVID and then in Ukraine, has fallen into difficult times?
It's a matter of the main cause has been partly for visas coming across and also the imposition of VAT on fees. So that has really hit
that's another
England
factor.
hard.
Yes, yeah.
This reputational image of King William's College, interestingly, in one of the Freedom of Information requests I've had, the Treasury are questioning their academic standing compared to Jersey. They're saying they don't actually see any evidence for the economic contribution to the island. It's very questionable. I've done an examination of their last 7 years worth of IB results, and they consistently come in below the UK average. So are you going to pay, as a parent, are you going to pay £55,000 for a sixth form education and end up with the equivalent of 3 Bs A level? I think the product is, I think some parents are now realising the product isn't what it is. And you know, I'm a big driver for school attainment standards. Well, let's start looking at the data, and King William's College has got some serious questions to answer.
There's a wider education debate here, and obviously we haven't got time to go into that now, but in terms of your ultimate aim, what would you like to see? You'd like to see this petition picked up, and you want some answers to the financial side of things.
Yes, because taxpayers' money, James. We've got, you know, the question is, are we creating, or is the government promoting what I would call educational apartheid? Because King William's College is available no academic standards to enter. You enter by checkbook. Okay, that's how you enter.
There are scholarships, of course.
There are scholarships, but there's another interesting point, because last year 30% of the bursaries went to children of King William's College staff, according to the accounts. The previous year it was 3%. In the last 5 years, they've given over £5 million in other discounts, and they exclude bursaries and scholarships. So what is that £5 million? They're £2 million overdrawn at the £2 million bank loans, £750,000 overdrawn, and now £2.25 million from the government of taxpayers' money.
Do you know what? We could have a whole discussion about this, and a very in-depth discussion. We haven't time today, but just let me ask you finally: the attire, the boater, the jacket. What's the history? Where does it stem from?
Just summary, isn't it?
Just summary. No particular club or rugby club or nothing like that at all.
I support Kent, but I really want to keep that quiet.
Well, we won't tell anybody. Nobody's watching. We'll keep that. You look very distinguished, Sir David Watts. Thank you for your time. Staying down south, Kiri is now with one of the Arbury, Castan and Maloo MHK's Tim Glover.
Now I'm joined by Tim Glover. Now, Tim, a very special day, the National Day, Tynwald Day, and lots of other things happening around the Isle of Man on this day as well today.
We have. It's a very busy day. Sudden 100, of course, gets into action this evening. And events all around the island. It is a community day, isn't it? Day out for everyone, a bank holiday as well.
This is it. And have you been coming to Tynwald Day for many years?
I have, yes. Obviously I need to come now. At least it's dry, which is the main thing. I think this would get very heavy if it was wet.
And I see you're hanging on to your hat as well.
I think there's going to be a few fascinators and wigs and hats blowing around today. So yes, that's going to be the main worry. Just making sure the hat doesn't blow off.
This is it, wigs on the green, huh?
Wigs could fly off, yeah, there's all sorts could happen today, but it's a great ceremonial day. And somebody just in there has just made the point, if you look at the state opening of Parliament, it's a very dull affair compared to what we do here on the Isle of Man. We do it really properly.
It's so exciting to wake up on Tynwald Day and to hear the silver band, the Onken Silver Band in the background there drumming away. The stalls are getting up and you know, all of that community feel comes together. How do you feel on Tynwald Day morning?
Nervous?
Not at all.
Oh yeah, you are a little bit anxious and you hope it goes well. You don't want to fall over and fall off the hill or something like that happen to you, because you are very much on show and in the public eye today. But it's just immense pride as well to be part of this ancient ceremony.
This is true. And later on you'll get to enjoy the Fairfield, or are you off to Cronkabody Sports?
Well, there is that just up the road. Not quite sure. I've got to be down at Balaun for this evening.
Oh, well, there we go.
So the racing. So I'm looking forward to that. And at least the weather forecast, unlike the TT, is looking pretty good for Balaun. So I think we're going to have a great meeting.
We'll have a fantastic day, and I hope all goes well.
Thank you very much. You have a great day too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kerry. Well, we've got a South theme going on here, haven't we, with petitioners and MHKs. I'm delighted to be joined by one of the Russian MHKs, Michelle Hayward. Morning to you. Good morning. The Infrastructure Minister. Of course, I was hearing a little bit, it sounded like it may not have been the Incredibles theme tune to the Incredibles with Uncle Silver Band before. I suppose that's what you have been become now since last year, because you've gone from MHK to Minister as well. I don't know how you describe that pathway, but...
Unexpected is how I describe that pathway. Yeah, it wasn't something I thought was on the horizon, certainly this time last year.
Your first Tynwald Day as Minister, of course, but presumably the essence of the day and the pride you feel in representing Russian, but also the wider island, remains the same.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really important part of our calendar that we come out here, and it's that public celebration of all that's important about our democracy and our parliament.
Who have you got with you today?
I'm actually without any family with me today. I think they're planning for the President's dinner tonight and saving themselves for that later and things like that. So, just a nice chance to catch up with old friends anyway.
Of course. I mean, it is a big commitment, and this today is obviously the pinnacle, but there's a number of events that have taken place. Garden party, you've got the President's dinner, stroke banquet tonight. It really encompasses all elements of Manx and the whole tradition and community element, doesn't it? Manx National Week and Tynwald Day itself.
I think it does, and actually I think having done the Comyn Road shows last week as well, we've done lots of public engagement. This just feels like a kind of almost a seamless roll on from that, and I will take time after we finish the ceremony today. I usually go and change out of my high shoes, stick some trainers on, but I do then wander around. I think I was here for about 5 hours last time afterwards, and I spend my time talking with people, which is really important.
Tell me, how have you found it? It's 4 years in September. Can any preconceived ideas and any expectations give you an idea of what to expect when you're elected by the public and then you start work? Is there any... There's no guidebook, certainly, is there?
No, there's about 3 weeks of induction, and I'm not sure I remember very much of it, to be fair. It all came at me fairly thick and fast, and stuff that I didn't need at the time, and you don't tend to recall it. So yeah, you're very much learning on the job, but I think it is just one of the craziest jobs I've ever done, and absolutely the best. It's a real privilege to be there and trying to make the best decisions for our island.
Well, thank you for your time. I hope you have a super day and a super evening. It really is lovely to see you. Thank you for your time. Michelle Hayward, the Russian MHK, and Kiri is now with the South Douglas MHK and also the Health and Social Care Minister, Claire Christian.
Well, now I'm joined by Claire Christian, and wow, don't you look incredible, Claire, dressed for the occasion.
Thank you, so do you,
So, the outfit, we must mention it first. How do you choose an outfit for Tynwald Day?
Well, obviously precariously in the wind. You have to choose the right hat. But no, it's just wonderful to be here and to represent the people of Douglas South, so yeah, thank you.
And that is the thing, isn't it? You can get amongst your people, the island residents, and actually hear their views wholeheartedly, and they can approach you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we love to come down the side here and say hello to everyone, and then afterwards over in the fair, it's lovely.
And for you, have you come to Tynwald Day for the decades it has been going?
I have. I lived away for a little while, but as I came here as a little girl, absolutely, with my parents. So it's a little bit breathtaking, the wind, actually, sorry.
And how do you find the Fairfield and all that goes with it, all the community feel, the children, the Manx dancing? How does it rest with you?
Do you know, as you arrive here and you see the flags, and and the sun is shining, and it's really, really amazing, and to be a part of it, I have imposter syndrome every time I'm here, and when I go inside the church and I see my name on the plaque, it's a lot, but it's lovely,
and that is it. It's quite emotional. But the Tynwald Week is a full week of celebrations right around the Isle of Man. Yes. The Tynwald Day garden party yesterday, was it something you enjoyed?
It was lovely, thank you. Yeah, it was really nice. I took some constituents, which was really lovely, and the Lieutenant Governor, he made a few of their days. He was so kind to them and very generous with his conversation. But yeah, it was lovely.
Brilliant. Well, anyway, I'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, I'm thrilled to be joined by what should be a very special day for the 3 newly elected members of our Parliament, all members of the Legislative Council, Gary Clewitt, Peter Reid, Kirsty Morpeth. Good morning to you all. Gary, if I may start with you, this must be a very proud day.
It is. I'm fairly old and cynical about a lot of things, but quite frankly, this is awesome. There's a sense of history and awe that is, I think, unique in the world. It's quite special.
Who have you got with you today?
My wife, Susan. I think she is...
hiding somewhere.
She's entertaining the chickens and the arboretum.
There's
and then
plenty of them.
Yes.
How have you found your first 3-4 months in the role?
Interesting and exhausting. There's a lot of challenges, but we're getting there. We will get there.
We will get there. Early days, of course.
Yes.
Peter, lovely to see you as well.
Lovely to see you, James.
I would imagine you share the pride all three of you do. How have you found the experience so far?
So far, amazing. Obviously, we've got our regalia on and hats to be blown off. It's probably a critical point in the service. But yes, it's quite an overwhelming experience, I believe, once you get going. So we'll have to keep ourselves measured and do a good job.
Have you got any preconceived expectations about today?
No, I'm not going to mention the word that you told me not to mention
say the word.
up there.
Okay.
But it's not going to come down. So it's going to be a windy day, but I think the sun's going to be out and it's going to be a nice day for us. So I'm looking forward to it.
Super. And Kirsty as well. I would imagine today is a mixture, and correct me if I'm wrong, of excitement and apprehension and a few butterflies as well?
Yes, I'm terrified of that hill because I have to go over a plyboard and I'm not sure it's ready for me. So that's my biggest fear. Once I'm over the plyboard, I'll be okay.
We'll be fine. And again, today you're joined by and supported by family?
Yes, my husband's with me today. My mum and my daughter came to the garden party yesterday.
Yeah. And then you've got the Tynwald dinner, the President's dinner tonight, so it really is a kaleidoscope of events and celebrations and traditions.
Yes, yeah, the 10th century. It really makes you think that we're involved in something that goes back that far, so yes.
Well, we haven't time really to talk in any more detail, but I would like to wish both Gary Clewitt, Peter Reid and Kirsty Moore all the very best. Have a very enjoyable and very proud maiden Tynwald Day, and thank you for your time this morning when the timetable is quite tightly packed, so thank you all of you. Very much appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, James.
We're going to head up now to Government House because a few days ago I caught up with Sir John Lorimer, who of course, along with Lady Lorimer, they've been in post for nearly 4 years now, approaching 4 years in September, and of course they have played an integral part in Island life and really got heavily involved in the island community, certainly a very popular couple, and I've been asking him for his reflections and his thoughts on the year just past, but also today and looking ahead to the immediate future. Well, Your Excellency, approaching 4 years now as Lieutenant Governor. Let me begin by just saying, looking back, how has the experience shaped your view of island life, really? Its people, its pace, and the quite distinctive role that you play in the community?
Well, it's been a wonderful three and a bit years. So I suppose, yes, in September it will be the 4-year point. It's gone incredibly quickly. We've so enjoyed living here. I think we've not hidden that. We genuinely enjoy living on the Isle of Man. It is home for us. And we're delighted that I've been extended in the role for another 10 months. So that gives us another 10 months on the island. I think in terms of your question, the connection to the people of the Isle of Man, the relationship, I think it's just has gone on in the way it has. I think we so enjoy getting around and meeting people. The community be incredibly hospitable, and we enjoy very much taking part in everything we do. I think that the pace of life is about right for us, not too quick and not too slow. We like to keep busy, and I think it's in terms of the role. I think one of the things I've always tried to do is to ensure that the role of Lieutenant Governor, whilst it is a traditional appointment, an old appointment, that it's still relevant in the 21st century. So in particular, making sure that what we do connects with people now.
Well, Tynwald Day is a rare blend of pageantry and political tradition, of course, with the roots stretching back centuries, but also we have a future and we must remain relevant. So how do you see the balance really between honouring that heritage, but also projecting a more confident island to the international community, a more modern, confident island?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I think if you don't know where you've come from, how do you know where you're going to? And so to have an understanding of history and heritage of the Isle of Man is really important. And I think that's part of that understanding, that pride of our past helps the island and the population be confident in how we are now. And the role that we're playing in the international community as a modern jurisdiction. And I think that's fine. I think the two balance each other very, very nicely.
Well, every year brings its share of milestones, of course. Personal, national, global. What moments potentially amongst many stand out for you over the past 12 months, in your official capacity?
I think we've carried on very much the previous couple of years and trying to get involved in all aspects of community life. And some of the things that we started last year, we've continued. For instance, the diving, abseiling with the Coast Guard, and caving with the Laxey Mines research group. All those kind of things we've carried on doing. We really enjoy doing those things. We've gone in to do some new things. I took part in the Isle of Man International Sheep Shearing Competition, and the veterans class. Admittedly, there was only 3 of us, but that was to do that, to learn how to shear, and then to compete in front of 250 people who clearly knew more about shearing sheep than I did, was still a great thing for me to be able to do. It's been on my bucket list, funnily enough. So to do that, and there you get to meet more of the farming community. That was great. I think in terms of the event that I think highlights the island for the last year was very much the visit by Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal and the reopening of the reordered cathedral in Peel. Not only was that a great day, and Her Royal Highness was brilliant in terms of her engagement with so many different groups of people, but I think seeing the cathedral finally sort of finished, what an amazing community space that it's become. And since then we've been to a number of different types of concerts there, from rock concerts to sort of gospel concerts and other concerts. It's just a fantastic community space which can be used for a wide amount of events. So I think that was a very special day.
Well, you've now been involved in a number of Tynwald days. Unlike some others, while wearing the full regalia, ceremonial dress, you appear to have mastered the art of keeping your hat on in the breeze at St John's and making sure everything's resplendent. Do you have a secret strategy for that?
Well, there's a fair amount of sort of clobber that one has to have. Obviously, the hat and the feathers. I mean, once that's on, that's on. And that just stays on, God willing. And the more difficult things are actually the sword, which can get get between one's legs, could trip ones up. But on the whole, that's okay. The most difficult thing is coming down from Tynwald Hill with spurs. Wearing spurs on the back of your boots, they could quite easily cause you to fall. So you just have to be a little bit cautious and go down at a slight, jaunty angle as one goes down. But no, once you've worn the uniform for a bit, you kind of get used to it all.
And finally, as the island gathers in celebration, and as the Manx communities, wherever they are around the world, mark this day. What message would you like to share with the Manx public and indeed the wider Ireland diaspora?
I think that it's sort of almost going back to a point that I made to an earlier question. You know, no island is an island. We have a role in the international community. I think we play it very well in a mature and confident way. I think on Ireland, I hope that people continue to work together, striving to make this island as safe and secure, prosperous, but also, kind as a place as we can. And that means everyone has to play their part on that. And myself and Lady Lorimer will very much attempt to contribute in that positive way.
Well, Sir John, thank you, and I hope you and Lady Lorimer have a very enjoyable Tynwald Day 2025. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well, Moramai, once more, good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone here, both at St John's or indeed watching or listening wherever you are around the world. This is Tynwald Day 2025, the National Day of a proud nation, an opportunity to reflect on and indeed acclaim our unique story in the Isle of Man, a story which throughout history has influenced our island, our people, and is very much a celebration of the longest continuous parliament in the world. Tynwald Day, very much for all of us, of course. It's great to see so many of you here already, and that is people born in the Isle of Man, people who live here, people who have lived here, and indeed everyone who loves and lives in this beautiful gem of God's earth. And I would like to wish a warm Manx welcome to guests of Tynwald who have travelled to be here, islanders who have made the trip to St John's, and those watching from further afield. You are very much part of the Tynwald Day experience. I'm James Davis.
And I'm Mandy Griffin, and already on this bright and breezy morning, proceedings are well underway. Just a short time ago, a Tynwald tradition has continued at Cooley Gardens, located on the Peel side of Tynwald Hill, and that is the annual stone-laying ceremony, a tradition in which guests of honour are invited to bring a stone from their own country to lay as the foundation layer of the cairn. This was officially started by former President Sir Charles Carrouche as a Millennium Project in the year 2000, and the plan over the years was that the cairn grows in size as both residents and guests mark their visit. A quarter of a century on, that is certainly the case.
It is indeed. Now, the sights and sounds of pageantry naturally play a key role in any ceremony of this nature, as the British Armed Forces are represented here each year with a Guard of Honour and a military band. Today is no different. The Guard of Honour is the King's Colour Squadron, the RAF's dedicated ceremonial unit. They are based at RAF Northolt. The Guard Commander is Flight Lieutenant Chris Moore, known as Paddy actually, and despite the surname, I'm reliably informed there is no Manx connection. We are also delighted, of course, to be joined by the band of the Royal Air Force College, which will shortly lead the standard bearers representing local organisations to line the processional way from the Royal Chapel to Tynwald Hill. They are one of the world's leading military ensembles. The band's long been captivating audiences with its versatility under the Director of Music, Flying Officer Tim Hind. And meanwhile, the fanfare team today is provided by the band of the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. They are one of 19 UK-based Army Reserve bands, and there is certainly a Manx link here, as you may have read or heard in the media in recent days. One of its numbers is Captain Rich Watterson, a Manxman with a distinguished military career in music and currently serving as a Director of Music in the British Army. Captain Watterson was previously part of the military support to Tynwald Day, both in 1995 and 2006, so well worth a repeat visit. And for those who may think, oh, I know that name, He's also a former head boy of Castle Rushen High School, a former member of the Manx Youth Orchestra going back to the days of Alan Pickard and Bernard Osborne, and of Russian Silver Band, for who he still comes and plays with on occasions when back in the island. Welcome back, Richard, a Manxman, very proud of his roots. And of course, Mandy, music is very much a key part of the offering today.
It is a key part of the offering. And if we just go back to the official band for a moment, it has performed at many prestigious state ceremonial occasions, including Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee celebrations and route lining at Windsor Castle as part of Her Majesty's funeral. The band also played an integral role at the coronation of King Charles and Queen Camilla. In addition, last year it was privileged to play in Normandy as part of the D-Day 80th commemorations. We'll hear them a little later on, but to begin proceedings in a few moments' time, the school youth parade, in which students from all of the island's secondary schools will proudly hold aloft their school banners and march up Station Road from St John's School, where they have assembled earlier today, onto the main road, and all led by Onken Silver Band under the musical direction of David Carron. Well, the youth parade is now underway. You'll see them coming up Station Road now. They will shortly meet the main road, where they will acknowledge the President of Tynwald, Lawrence Skelly, and Education, Sport and Culture Minister Daphne Kane, MHK, who are standing on the front green, before making their way past the Bunskull, through the Lichgate, and then down the processional way. Those taking part in the school's parade are the island's 5 state secondary schools. They are Ballacameen High School, Castle Rushen High School, Queen Elizabeth II High School, Ramsey Grammar School, and St Ninian's High School. The visiting military contingent will then lead the Guard of Honour, which also includes the members of the various uniformed organisations, including the standard bearers, detachments and branches from all the Manx units, amongst a range of contingents, before forming up on the front green. And you'll see them coming along now.
Well, leading that parade, Onken Silver Band, whose musical director is David Caron. It is certainly a busy national day for the band. They actually kick-started the entertainment here just after 9 o'clock this morning, and they'll also be playing at the Beat the Retreat at Government House this evening. And as the final members make their way off the processional way, it is also around this time where the Clerk of Tynwald, Jonathan King, is meeting the petitioners over across at the Lich Gate. In ancient times, Tynwald Hill petitions may have been an appeal of last resort when all other remedies have failed. Today, they are simply a way of raising the profile of an issue which can then be debated by Tynwald at a later stage, should a member of Tynwald pick the petition up. There are strict rules regarding the wording of petitions. They can be, and indeed have been, rejected in the past before for not complying with the standing orders of Tynwald. Hopefully none will fall foul of that criteria this year. And there are a few repeat petitioners I notice as well. Well, Mandy, you mentioned the band of the Royal Air Force College a short time ago, and they are now going to entertain us. There's nothing quite like a military band, I think it's fair to say, to get the toes tapping, especially a top-class band, as we are fortunate to have with us today. Under the Director of Music, Flying Officer Tim Hind, their programme throughout the day will include a selection of music, some of it chosen especially for Tynwald Day. More on them later, of course. But let us hear from them now, and they will begin by playing a true military favourite, composed by Malcolm Lockyer, the Pathfinder's March.
How far are you going?
Where's he going? I'll demount it once I've got him coming out the car.
Okay. And then
okay. And then I'll just literally, yeah.
The band of the Royal Air Force College, under the Director of Music, Flying Officer Tim Hind. Always a wonderful spectacle, I'm sure you agree. Thank you very much, and we will hear, of course, from them a little later on.
And as we were treated to that musical showcase, you may have noticed the procession of participants from the robing room to the chapel and a number of official guests who have now taken their seats inside. And so now we await the arrival of His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor, Sir John and Lady Lorimer are due to arrive here at 10:32 this morning. These events timed to the very second, of course.
And now we can see the Lieutenant Governor's motorcade coming from Douglas, led by 2 outriders from the Isle of Man Constabulary. His car door this morning will be opened by the Governor's cadet. Sir John Lorimer will be greeted upon his arrival by the Military Liaison Officer, Colonel Mark Underhill, and 2 very long-standing and respected captains of the parish this year, Raymond Gorn of Arbury and Charles Cowan of Ballaugh. His Excellency is accompanied this morning by Lady Lorimer, his Chief of Staff, Mrs. Hilary Leese, Surgeon to the Household, Dr. Kate Tier, and their guests. And His Excellency will now spend a few moments talking to some of the members of the public who've assembled to experience the pomp and pageantry of our National Day. Sir John and Lady Lorimer, a very popular couple who have made a huge impression since arriving in the island in September 2021. The name of Tynwald, incidentally, comes from the Old Norse Tynwald. It means meeting place or assembly field, and as you can see, it is certainly that. A day for Manx traditions, a ceremonial event, one with purpose, and I think, as Kiri and I mentioned earlier, special parliamentary theatre. And in a few moments' time, the Lieutenant Governor will head to the dais, the saluting base, for the Royal Salute and the National Anthem. A wonderful sight and sound, the fly past, and accompanied by the military liaison officer, His Excellency will now inspect the Guard of Honour and the front row, or front rank, I should say, of the military band. Well, after completing his inspection of the Guard, the Lieutenant Governor takes his leave and is now walking towards the War Memorial for the traditional wreath-laying ceremony. We will shortly hear the familiar tones of the last post and the reveille. We ask everyone to respectfully observe the minute's silence in memory of those from our island lost in war and of course with conflicts elsewhere still ongoing, a time to reflect on all those who made and are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. And a sincere thank you to everyone who observed the minute's silence. There will now be a short procession from the War Memorial to the Robing Room. The Lieutenant Governor joined by his party once again as they follow the fanfare team. And the Manx flag today is being carried by Claire McCabe.
The official guests will now head directly into the chapel. His Excellency will return along the processional way to the Robing Room, where members of Tynwald and other dignitaries await, ahead of another short procession to the chapel where, by custom, the Tynwald ceremony will begin with divine service. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed there is no Lord Bishop processing this year. Due to the recent very sad passing of her husband, the Venerable Patricia Hillis is unable to attend today, and the Archbishop of York, the Right Honourable Stephen Cottrell, will process to the chapel and read the blessing, assisted by the Bishop's chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Michael Bryden. At Bishop Trish's request, however, the Archbishop will be carrying the second Bishop's crozier, decorated with depictions of Manx saints. The service in the chapel will be conducted by the Venerable Irene Cowell in her capacity as Archdeacon of Man and also the chaplain of the House of Keys. She will be accompanied by the head of the Roman Catholic Church in the Isle of Man, Monsignor John Devine, the Dean of St. Germans and Vicar of the Parish of the West Coast, the Very Reverend Nigel Godfrey, who himself was recently awarded an MBE, and also the chairman of the Methodist District, the Reverend Dr. Janet Corlett.
Well, now we see the members of the legislature, the clergy, and the judiciary processing from the robing room to the chapel. Now, I should say at this point that the service at 11 o'clock will last for around 25-30 minutes. It can be followed in your order of service on the public address system and also on the big screen. As tradition dictates, and as the lady standing alongside me knows full well on no fewer than 4 separate occasions, the winner of the Cleveland Medal at the Manx Music Festival will be the soloist. And that honour this year goes to Ruth Tickle, someone you know very well, Mandy. What is she going to sing today?
Indeed, I do, James. Yeah, we're very delighted that Ruth is going to sing for us today, Make a Joyful Noise Unto the Lord by the composer Michael Head. There'll also be 2 young island musicians who are the trumpeters for the service this year, and they are Alicia Williams from Russian Silver Band and Henry Dormer from Ramsey Town Band. A real honour for this talented young duo to be playing as part of the service. The official organist at the service is Gareth Moore. And Gareth, you've already heard, has been playing a selection of pieces all based around Manx melodies prior to the service. And his voluntary at the end of the service will also be by a local composer, Frank Woolley. And that's Frank Woolley's Celebration March, which encompasses 2 Manx tunes, Ramsey Town and Mullagherane's March, the theme of which is the basis for our Manx national anthem. Also, a word for Derek Crellin, who, as regular chapel organist, was until recently the organist at the Tynwald ceremony every single year from 1960. Quite an achievement. And you can't keep a good man down, as he has convened the choir which will lead the singing in the chapel today. Now, for those of you outside, leading the singing from the grandstand once more, the Manx Festival Chorus, led by their director, John Riley, MBE. They will all be in fine voice, and we hope you take their cue and also join in with the singing.
And as you can see, the final group to enter the chapel are now making their way. They are led by the sword bearer, Andrew Cunningham, His Excellency, of course, accompanied by his Chief of Staff and the surgeon to the household. And in a few moments' time, it will be time to go inside to listen and indeed watch the service, the order of which you can find in your souvenir programme.
Benacton, Moramai Ulya, Felch, Eru Kudus, Kiel Nu Yon Bashta, Benacton. Blessings, good morning and welcome to all at the Church of St John the Baptist. On this, the Tynwald Day, we meet together to give thanks to God for the many benefits we have received during the past year, to pray for our island and its government in the coming year, and to dedicate ourselves anew to the service of God and the people of our island. We sing the hymn, O Worship the King.
God be gracious to us and bless us. Lord, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy.
Make your ways known on the earth. Christ, have mercy.
Christ, have mercy.
Reveal your justice in the sight of the nations. Lord, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy.
Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners. Our sins are forgiven in Christ. Amen. Ye Ullian Yatel, vods te chit de Julius Muniact, de Irinia Astahi, Grisi ta Shinguiot, ons cri de Julia Wanya, Grai Firinia Cachi, Astiol Yurish, de Crinact Glen Ashioil, Adson de Goyle Curl, son a shun and a tail, de Vod, de Ririract, Gal a Hoshak de Fiac, Dervis a sail, Lend a Hushter de Grai, through Jesus Christ, Nin Jan, Amen.
into his gates with thanksgiving, and into his courts with praise, with praise, his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him, and bless his name. For the Lord is good, the Lord is good. His mercy is everlasting, and his truth endureth to all generations. His truth endureth to all generations, to all generations. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Serve the Lord with gladness, with gladness, with gladness.
Max altitude reached.
One of the scribes who had listened to these discussions and had observed how well Jesus answered came forward and asked him, "Which is the first of all the commandments?" He answered, "The first is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is the one Lord, and you must love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. The second is this, you must love your neighbour as yourself. No other commandment is greater than these." The scribe said to him, "Well said, teacher, you are right in saying that God is one, and beside him there is no other. And to love him with all your heart, all your understanding, and all your strength, and to love your neighbour as yourself. That means far more than any whole offerings and sacrifices." When Jesus saw how thoughtfully he answered, he said to him, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." After that, nobody dared put any more questions to him. This is the word of the Lord.
the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead, and buried. He descended into hell. The third day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven, and sitteth on the right hand of God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. I believe in the Holy Ghost, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen.
Let us pray. O Lord our God, guide the leaders of the nations into the ways of peace and justice. Guard and strengthen your servant Charles, our King, Lord of man, and all the members of the royal family, that they may put their trust in you and seek your honour and glory. Endue the High Court of Tynwald here assembled with wisdom and understanding, that through them we might be wisely and justly governed. Bless those who administer the law and all who hold public office, that they may uphold justice, honesty, and truth. Give us a broader vision of the needs of the whole world, a deeper compassion to fill these needs, and a desire to uphold the rights and freedoms of all your children, regardless of creed or race. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we praise thy holy name for our island heritage, and we beseech thee with thy favour to behold all who dwell here. May thy blessing rest upon all the labours of our minds and hands. Keep, we pray thee, in thy almighty care all who go down to the sea in ships, and all who travel by land and air. Help us to order with grace and dignity our common life in town and sheeding, that we may live and our children grow in health and godliness. May thy grace be with all who visit our shores, that they may find recreation of body and soul, and with us may glorify thee, the giver of all good things, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen.
May God grant to us his grace, to this nation, the King, the Commonwealth, and all humanity, peace and concord. Banat I ulenato, en erimak en I spirit nu, dirone mashdai, asten hanyakan merio, e soon dibrak. Amen. Amen.
Well, now the service in the Royal Chapel of St John the Baptist has concluded. The west door of the chapel facing Tynwald Hill has been opened to allow the congregation to leave. The first to depart, as you can see, is the choir, followed immediately by the procession of guests. So as it is time for the procession to Tynwald Hill, it does seem an ideal moment to actually introduce today's special guests and to find out about them in no particular order. Mandy Griffin, Moramai once more.
Moramai James. Well, we have a great number of official guests with us today, beginning with the Archbishop of York, the Most Reverend and Right Honourable Stephen Cottrell. He's the 98th Archbishop of York and also a member of the House of Lords. And with him today is his wife, Rebecca Cottrell. He's a respected writer and speaker, and he's published over 20 books, most recently with a focus on the Lord's Prayer. And just yesterday evening, he led an event at Peel Cathedral with this at its heart. Rebecca, who's accompanying him, is an accomplished potter who has exhibited her work all across the United Kingdom. Originally from Harrogate, she was appointed Deputy Lieutenant of North Yorkshire in 2023. The couple have 3 grown-up children, 2 grandchildren, and a dog. And on a first visit to the Isle of Man, we are delighted to welcome His Excellency Mr. Pedro Serrano, the European Union Ambassador to the United Kingdom. Born in Madrid, Mr. Serrano has been an EU official since 2003, undertaking a variety of positions, leading to appointment in his current role as ambassador in 2022. Mr. Serrano is married with 2 daughters, and he describes himself as a very enthusiastic golfer. Next, we welcome the Right Honourable Sir Roger Gale, who has been a Member of Parliament for 42 years and who is currently the Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons. Prior to his parliamentary career, Sir Roger was a broadcaster working initially, and perhaps of most interest to us here on the island, for Radio Caroline North, stationed in Ramsey Bay. He is known nationally for his expertise and interest in media, defence and animal welfare, whilst remaining deeply engaged with his East Kent constituency, supporting charities, businesses and community initiatives. He lives with his wife Susie and a menagerie of domestic animals. Accompanying Sir Roger is James Holland, who has served in the House of Commons since 2019 and now supports the Deputy Speaker's office. Also joining the official guests today is Mr. Edwin Poots, the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly. Representing Lagan Valley since the Assembly's inception in 1998, Mr. Poots is one of only 2 members to serve continuously. He held several ministerial roles, including Culture, Arts and Leisure, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Affairs, before being appointed as Speaker in 2024. And now, in his final year as Bailiff of Jersey, we welcome back to Tynwald Day Sir Timothy Lecoq. Born and raised in Jersey, Mr. Lecoq studied law and psychology at the University of Kiel before being called to the bar of the Inner Temple. Returning to Jersey, he worked in litigation until his appointment as Solicitor General in 2008, when he also became Queen's Counsel. He was sworn in as Bailiff of Jersey in 2019 and was knighted by Her Majesty the Queen in 2022. Sir Timothy's hobbies and interests include singing, medieval reenactment and Doctor Who. And we understand that he has in his possession both a full suit of armour and a full-size Dalek. Sir Timothy has 4 children and is today accompanied by Lady Catherine Lecoq. The Deputy Presiding Officer of the Scottish Parliament since 2021, we are pleased to have with us Annabel Ewing. Having had a successful career as a lawyer, both in Brussels and Scotland, Ms Ewing began her political career as the SNP MP for Perth in 2001, later joining the Scottish Parliament in 2011. She has served as Minister for Youth and Women's Employment and Minister for Community Safety and Legal Affairs. From a family of politicians, her brother is also currently a member of the Scottish Parliament, and her mother served as an MSP, MP and MEP. Ms Ewing is a passionate advocate for social justice and a lifelong supporter of Scottish independence. Away from politics, she enjoys spending time with friends and family, reading and gardening. Accompanying Ms Ewing today is her private secretary, Jennifer Griffin, who supports the presiding officers with briefings, speech writing, media communications and event organisation. Also with us is Professor Tim Thornton, who is the Pro-Vice-Chancellor at the University of Huddersfield. Professor Thornton is a specialist in late medieval and early modern British history, with his research focusing on non-English territories of the Crown, including the Isle of Man. His work on the reinterpretation of medieval history, especially the Princes in the Tower, has gained wide recognition. He has received awards from the Royal Historical Society, where he is also a fellow. Professor Thornton is accompanied by his wife, Dr. Sue Johns, a medieval historian and author who has taught at several UK universities and who has published on Anglo-Norman noblewomen and medieval Wales. Both Professor Thornton and Dr. Johns enjoy walking in hills and along the coast, We hope they may get some time to enjoy the island's abundance of both. We welcome to St John's Group Captain Jez Curry, who joined the RAF in 1997 as an air traffic controller. He deployed to Iraq in 2003 and Afghanistan in 2004 and 2006, where he played a key role in establishing air operations at Basra and Camp Bastion. He later served as an instructor and training manager at the Central Air Traffic Control School and was promoted to squadron leader in 2008. He held operation and command roles and served at NATO's Supreme HQ Allied Powers Europe. In 2017, he took command of RAF Swanwick, overseeing radar operations and airspace management. For services to leadership, he was awarded an OBE in the 2021 Queen's Birthday Honours and promoted to Group Captain in 2020. He is currently Station Commander at RAF Valley. He enjoys mountaineering, kayaking, skiing, snowboarding and cycling. And also representing the Royal Air Force at this Tynwald, we have with us Air Commodore Adam Sampson. Joining the RAF in 1984, Air Commodore Sampson studied aeronautical engineering at Queen Mary College in London before serving in the Gulf War and later holding key engineering and command roles. He has held senior posts in the Ministry of Defence and the RAF, including Station Commander at RAF Cosford. Promoted to Air Commodore, he retired from regular service in 2022 and now serves as Air Officer North England in the RAF Reserves. Air Commodore Sansom is accompanied by his wife, Lynn Sansom, a primary school teacher and volunteer with the Gloucestershire Wildlife Trust, who is active in children's mental health and outdoor education initiatives. And finally, from Ireland, we welcome to Tynwald Day Senator Maria Byrne, who is the current Laois Gaelic of Shenadaran. A Fine Gael member, she has represented the agricultural panel since 2016 and currently serves as the party's Shenad spokesperson on health. Senator Byrne is active in local voluntary and sporting organisations, including the Special Olympics, and she has served on the governing bodies of the Limerick Institute of Technology, the University of Limerick, and she's chair of the Gael Calesh Alumnach. Accompanying Senator Byrne today is Paul Stevens, Head of International Parliamentary Relations at the House of the Oireachtas.
Thank you very much, Mandy, for that informative and compelling lowdown on the official guests for Tynwald Day 2025. We'll hear some more about some of our local guests shortly, but now, as we wait for more to depart the chapel, it is an opportune time to hear again from the band of the Royal Air Force College, and they will play, fittingly, commissioned by Culture Vannon a decade ago, Mona's Delight. Well, following the fanfare heralding the arrival of the Lieutenant Governor at the entrance to the chapel, the party is now making its way along the processional path, and holding the Sword of State this morning is Andrew Cunningham. This is his fourth Tynwald as sword bearer, a stalwart of the community, heavily involved in a number of service and charitable organisations and causes, specifically the Isle of Man Coast Guard. And the sword he is holding aloft this morning is thought to be from the 13th century and includes the earliest representation of the three legs. The standard bearer, the Manx flag, Claire McCabe, again, the pedigree in her family in this role is well documented. And again, directly behind His Excellency are Hilary Leese, the Chief of Staff, and the surgeon to the household, Dr. Kate Tier.
We have in distinctive blue the President of Tynwald, the Honourable Lawrence Skelly, a member of Tynwald now since 2011. He is wearing the blue ceremonial gown introduced in 1990, embroidered in silver thread with Manx motifs. A little earlier, we saw in the black and gold gown the Speaker of the House of Keys, Juan Watterson, who has represented the constituency of Rushen since 2006 and who has been Speaker since 2016. Also in the procession, the Venerable Irene Cowell, Chaplain of the House of Keys, members of the Islands Judiciary, the First Deemster, His Honour Andrew Corlett, the Second Deemster, His Honour John Needham, the Judge of Appeal, His Honour Anthony Cross, and the Third Deemster, His Honour Graham Cook. And we can also see, amongst others, Walter Wannenberg, the island's Attorney General, former Her Majesty's Solicitor General. And as the procession makes its way up to the ancient four-tier Tynwald Hill, now is a good time to thank the members of the various uniformed organisations who are lining the processional way. They are the custodians of remembrance: the Royal British Legion, the Isle of Man Joint Ex-Services Association, the Isle of Man Fire and Rescue Service, the Prison and Probation Service, the Civil Defence Corps, the Isle of Man Harbours and Coast Guard, the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, the Ramsey branch of the Royal Naval Association, the Isle of Man Scout Association and Girl Guiding Isle of Man, the Isle of Man Sea Cadet Corps, the Army Cadet Force, the Air Training Corps, and last but not least, St John Ambulance Senior Cadets. This will be a memorable day for them, I am sure.
And of course, on days like this, we think of beginnings and ends. This is not the first Tynwald Day for Mark Lewin, but it is certainly the first in his role as the interim chief executive of the Isle of Man government. He was appointed in March and serves as the principal advisor to the Lieutenant Governor, the Chief Minister, and the Council of Ministers, and of course leads the public service. And on occasions like this, we also fondly remember those who were heavily involved in Manx politics in one capacity or another. Just a few days ago, we were deeply saddened by the passing of the former Aaron Michael MHK and Government Minister Tim Baker. Tim was a true gentleman, selfless in his dedication to the island he loved so dearly. And our thoughts are with his wife Viv, daughters Vori and Carenza, his mother Nola, and the wider family at this difficult time. And in March, we also said farewell to another much-loved figure, long-serving Tynwald messenger, Keith Fleming. Keith was known for his warmth, his generosity and good humour, and carried out his duties with quiet diligence and a trademark twinkle in his eye. In keeping with family tradition, we're honoured that his wife Maureen and daughter Lindsay are with us today. And in Tim and Keith, we remember two dignified men who served our island and its people with integrity. They will be greatly missed and fondly remembered. You may have seen earlier 3 of the 4 recipients of the Tynwald Honour who are still with us are able to attend this year, and they're also walked to the hill a little bit earlier with their guests from further afield. Ian Cottier is the most recent recipient of the Tynwald Honour 4 years ago, the retired head teacher, a consummate broadcaster, particularly through his involvement long-standing in the island's brass band scene, a strong advocate of the Manx language and culture, and an avid supporter of charitable causes, too many to mention, and continuing through to this day. He is joined today by his daughter, Dr. Fenella Green, his sons, Juan and Finlo, and their wives, Elizabeth, Katerina, and Fenella's husband, and respective families are also here today. A moment of pride for a Manx family bound by strong ties.
And Jeff Carron, who enjoyed a distinguished career in the legal profession, all the while spearheading various charitable causes, and that has continued after his retirement, if indeed he has ever truly retired, from various sporting bodies in many guises, including as a champion of those with disabilities. Jeff is also a freeman of the city of Douglas. He is accompanied by his wife, Ellen.
And for many years on July the 5th, until just a couple of years ago, in fact, it would have been Bill Dale's voice you would be hearing over the tannoy right now, as well as on the live stream around the world. Initially as assistant to the late Ian Cannell, and then his chief commentator on Tynwald Day. Actively involved in PR, former newspaper founder, editor and photographer. In recent years, his work with Beach Buddies has earned the island global prominence, a group which continues to run numerous beach cleaning events each year, as well as education programs for schools island-wide. He received the honour in recognition of his public service to the Isle of Man, but also his charitable work. Welcome back, Bill. The Tynwald Honour, the highest accolade the Manx Parliament can bestow, and it really is great to see 3 of the recipients here today, 3 individuals who've contributed greatly to the quality of Manx life. And as the final of the assembled have taken their places, it will soon be time for the fencing of the court by the coroner for Glen Faber and Michael, Stuart Gardner, one of 4 coroners island-wide. The first voice, though, we shall hear from Tynwald Hill will be that of the Lieutenant Governor.
Learned First Deemster, direct the court to be fenced. Erdhrw Innisit, order G and Hwel the Vey Currid for Hera. Coroner of Glen Faber Sheeding and Elida fence the court.
I do fence this court of Tynwald
In the name of our most gracious sovereign Lord, the King, I charge that no person do quarrel, brawl, or make any disturbance, and that all persons do answer the names when called. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this whole audience to bear witness, this court is now fenced.
Tabi Coran Whale Shaw for Hera, ons enam charn vanning. Nach gin perche be Troja, baggart, na gin borena se be, as the gin de chulio fech fregert, trevisse neim. Tabi Cora Cortus is Shaw, the vel Whale Shaw for Hera. Tabi Cora Cortus is Shaw, the vel Whale Shaw for Hera. Tabi Cora Cortus Cledden is Shaw, the well and whale shaw nisjach for Hera.
Now, at this point, the oath will be administered and the 4 coroners will receive their staves of office. Stuart Gardner from Glenfarber and Michael, Gareth Leese from Ayr and Garth, Kelly Sloan from Middle, and Mark Wrigley from Rushen.
Incoming coroners, take the oath in ancient form to execute your offices for the ensuing year and receive your staves of office from the hands of His Excellency. By that book, and by the holy contents thereof, and by the wonderful works that God hath miraculously wrought in heaven above, and in the earth beneath, in 6 days and 7 nights, you shall, without respect of favour or friendship, love or gain, consanguinity or affinity, envy or malice, well and truly execute the office of coroner for each sheading to which you have been appointed for the ensuing year, so help you God.
Tyson. That's it.
Well, His Excellency will now instruct the First Deemster, Andrew Corlett, and the Second Deemster, John Needham, to read the new laws which have been passed over the last 12 months. Just the 5 this year. They will be promulgated in English by the First Deemster and then again in Manx.
Learned Deemsters, I exhort you to proclaim to the people in ancient form such laws as have been enacted during the past year and which have received the royal assent. Vrúnin insit, tami gaimach eru, the ogla mas gusselphobal. Erin chenach, ne len shen tevegent, ne slatison unsen vlein high, as ter nieven e corde reo.
Vaping Products Act 2024, an act to make provision in respect of the manufacture of vaping products, the composition of vaping liquids and the sale, importation, advertising and promotion of such products, and for connected purposes.
Slatus cúj vapor, feed heed cares feed. Slatus to ginu Karelan Benton der ginu cúj vapor. Stukunimidich and Sukun Vapal, as Krek, Kerlesh de Sachir, Salginica, as Molla lid a hooge. as San Oran Enyek Elia, Benton Dane Cushion Shaw.
Employment Amendment Act 2024, an act to amend the Employment Act 2006 to make further provision for family leave rights and whistleblowing, and for connected purposes.
Slatus failure, Liazica, feed heed, Geras feed. Slatus to Liazica, slatus failure, feed heed as she. The Unu Karelen Soja, McCown Karen, de Ve Air Sol Vi Obba Son Oran Look Tai, as McCown Saljika Mac Drock Yinu, as Sonoran Enikelia, Benton Dana Cushion Shaw.
Fines and Penalties Act 2024, an act to modernise references in Acts of Tynwald to fines and penalties imposed on summary conviction, and to amend certain provisions relating to daily fines or penalties in such legislation, and for connected purposes.
Slatus Ulican as Kerrican, feed heed Keras feed. Slatus to Jinu Noem Shirak in Rarecan and Slatus in Tynwald, Benton de Ulican as Kerrican, Courage Look Derans Quail Brunis Yer. As to Liazica Karelen Enyek Benton de Ulican na Kerrican Liol, and Slidna Slatusen, as Sonoran Enyek Elia, Benton de na Cushion Shaw.
Public Sector Payments Act 2025, an act to enable payments to holders of certain posts or positions and members of certain bodies, and for connected purposes.
Slatus Yekan, a Kerutiak, feed heed Quegas feed. Slatus to Kerpur de Yinu Yekan de Cumulty Kerman, ne Ekan Enyach, as Alton J. Kerpenyach, as Sonoran Enyakelia, Benton de na Cushion Shaw.
Charities Registration and Regulation Amendment Act 2025, an act to amend the Charities Registration and Regulation Act 2019 to provide for the delegation of the regulatory functions of the Attorney General in connection with charities.
Slatus Recordisa as Ganail Kerp Yastalak, Liazica, feed heed Quegas feed. Slatus to Liazica, Slatus Recordisa as Ganail Kerp Yastalak, feed heed as Nijeg. De Karail Son Kerde Inidi Kerman Ganailak, a Tenair Tiak, to Benton der Kerp Yastalak.
Has Your Excellency any further commands?
If any person wishes to present a petition, let him now come forward. Mesalish personen urbi achinakur ligdau nish chitkyon gotrun.
Well, this is the juncture in the ceremony where members of the public are invited to present a petition for redress of grievance. An annual opportunity. This had been orally exercised only twice in the 20th century, in 1916 and 1968. However, the opportunity was again exercised in 1978, since when all have been handed in written form. They can be virtually on any subject. And as you can see, there are a number of petitioners who will be greeted by the Clerk of Tynwald, Jonathan King. All petitions will be handed by the Clerk of Tynwald to the Lieutenant Governor, and he will make an announcement as to what action will then be taken.
you, sir.
Thank you.
I shall refer these petitions to the Standing Orders Committee of Tynwald, who will report thereon at their earliest convenience. Verum na hakanun sho, gusbing reilen bein Tynwald, ver mach brunis oru, ha leer ad odesad. This concludes the proceedings on Tynwald Hill. There will now be a sitting of Tynwald Court in the Royal Chapel, with the learned deemsters, captains of the parishes, and others here assembled. I am pleased to accept the invitation of the President of Tynwald to be present at the sitting of Tynwald Court and to witness the captioning of the acts just promulgated. Siogera na cwsiwn I col cronc ilion, bisai quail Tynwald nish, unsa cleil reol. Merish ne brunin inzit, Captain ne skiracun a Ferelia, ta jaglum kujak unsho, salim sayaka jay, quiroch teren Tynwald. The vei ki an fanish, exai quail Tynwald. As the ve ne vanishen, jai ferica ne slatison, vernen vogla machju.
And as His Excellency has indicated, there will now be a sitting of the Tynwald Court in the Royal Chapel. Before all of that, we shall hear the voice of Police Superintendent Dave Dobby calling the members of Tynwald and others of Tynwald Hill.
Two sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary. The coroners. The Senior Salvation Army Officer. The Ministers of the Free Churches. The Chair of the Isle of Man District of the Methodist Church. The Roman Catholic Dean. The beneficed clergy. The Dean of St German's Cathedral. The Vicar General. The Chairs of the Town and Village Commissioners. A representative of the parish commissioners. The Mayor of Douglas. The Chief Registrar. A representative of the Commission of the Peace. The captains of the parishes. In Labour. The High Bailiff. The Interim Chief Executive Officer. The Chief Constable. The members of the Legislative Council, Mr Clewett and Mrs Morford. Mrs Kinnish, Mr Reid. Mr Crane and Mrs Kelsey. And Mrs August Phillips. His Majesty's Attorney General. Two messengers of the House of Keys. The chaplain of the House of Keys. The Clerk of Tynwald, Secretary of the House of Keys and Counsel to the Speaker. The members of the House of Keys, Dr Haywood and Mr Johnston. Mrs Kane and Mrs Maltby. Mr Smith and Ms Christian. Ms Lord Brennan, Mr Ashford. Mr Krukall and Mr Wannenberg. Mrs Poole Wilson and Ms Farragher. Mr Peters and Mrs Barber. Mr Collister and Mrs Corlett. Ms Edge and Mr Thomas. Mr Morehouse. Dr Allenson and Mr Glover. The Chief Minister. The Speaker of the House of Keys. One messenger of the Legislative Council. The third Deemster. The Judge of Appeal. The second Deemster. The first Deemster and Clerk of the Rolls. The Clerk of the Legislative Council.
1 Guard Cody. The President of Tynwald. Two Sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary. The Sword of State. His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor, the Chief of Staff to the Lieutenant Governor, and Surgeon to the Household.
A sincere thank you for the applause there, and as you can see, the majority have now departed Tynwald Hill. And an opportune time to mention, I feel, for only the fourth time in living memory at this ceremony, His Excellency was addressing the open-air sitting of the court in English and in Manx, this at the personal request of Sir John, Jeremiah Sir John. And once again, a sincere thank you as well to members of the various uniformed organisations who are lining the processional way. On a day like this, I'm sure you'll agree, it is particularly warm in full attire. The ceremony, a physically onerous parade involving a long stand, and that equally applies to the standard bearers and the Manx route lining parties, as well as the Guard of Honour and the band.
Well, the King's Colour Squadron represents the RAF at both state and national ceremonial occasions and provides guards of honour for the royal family, heads of state, dignitaries and other VIPs. It has a ceremonial drill unit based in Middlesex since the early 1920s, and upon the passing of the late Queen Elizabeth in September 2022, the squadron became the custodians of the King's Colour and was renamed the King's Colour Squadron the following month. The squadron comprises fully trained RAF regiment gunners and officers, uniquely combining ceremonial precision with frontline infantry capability. Its members are combat-ready RAF regiment gunners and officers who have been deployed on operations including Iraq and Afghanistan, and they support the RAF across the globe.
The Royal Air Force's sole ceremonial unit. Only a few weeks ago, the squadron actually assumed public duties at the Tower of London, a rare display of RAF ceremonial mastery, an event mixing tradition, public duty and operational readiness, marking a distinct moment in the squadron's rhythmic cycle of duties. For those of you who don't know, the Guard's purpose is twofold. to symbolically protect the sovereign's fortress and also to demonstrate military discipline and continuity in state ceremonial. Certainly those who serve the King's Colour Squadron must demonstrate the highest value and standards, aspire to excellence in all things, and are chosen from amongst the fittest and most able guardsmen in their contingent. I'm sure you agree we have been served extremely well today. Well, I mentioned the King's Colour Squadron there. Of course, we have been also very well served today musically by the band of the Royal Air Force College, directed by Flight Lieutenant Tim Hind, a band which has forged a reputation of musical and military excellence and continues to perform a diverse array of engagements both in the UK and around the world.
Formed in 1920 at the prestigious RAF Cranwell, where its home has been ever since, its primary function is to provide musical support for the college. But as James has alluded to, the band has earned acclaim within its own right, notably becoming the first ever military band to be broadcast in a live concert on Sky Arts. Now over a century old, the band continues to perform at a diverse range of venues and engagements.
And let us hear now for a final time today from the band of the Royal Air Force College, directed once again by Flight Lieutenant Tim Hind. They will begin with William Walton's rousing Spitfire Prelude. And a sincere thank you to the band of the Royal Air Force College, directed by Flight Lieutenant Tim Hine. Thank you for your musicality and excellence on the island over the last few days. Well, as you can see, the President of Tynwald is now making his way from the robing room. His voice will signal the beginning of the captioning ceremony. That is the final official business of the day, which you can follow on the screen. This is where all the laws we have heard from the Hill will be signed and captioned, making them law with immediate effect, firstly by the President, Lawrence Skelly, and then the Speaker of the House of Keys, Juan Watterson, using quill pens.
It has to be clearly stated, and there are appointed day orders for each of the new acts. That way, if anyone was prosecuted for breaking the law, there could be no doubt, and you could not defend yourself by claiming no one knew when the law had come into force. Now, you can see on the big screen, members are now assembling in the chapel.
And the congregation will be joined by the judiciary, of course. As you can see, they are making their way now to the chapel. And of course, then, behind His Excellency, Sir John Lorimer. Today we really have witnessed the pageantry of our centuries-old parliamentary system and experienced the island's wealth as well of talent expressed in traditional and contemporary ways. But it is now time for the captioning ceremony, and as you can see, His Excellency making his way from the robing room to the chapel.
His Honour the Deputy Governor, First Deemster, Clerk of the Rolls, His Honour the Second Deemster, the Judge of Appeal, His Honour the Deemster to be present to witness the sitting of this court, and I call upon the Clerk of Tynwald to escort them to their places. Please be seated. Tabilla and Tasha, Catholic Ken, the Corellian, Fair Keed, Keristid, Berlud of I, Sainich, Les Cadell and Quail, Buracurich, Mugjerit, Sun Sanal, Howard V. Mudge, Delal, Rish, Cushion, Elia, Velin Quail, Biak, Short, Na Yenu. The Treasury and Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2024 is ready for signature. With the consent of the court, it will be circulated for signing while we proceed with other business. Is the court content? Good of mine. Alton and Kinsale, Lauder, as Alton as Keris Feed, Nenade Nish and Slatterson and Ferraka, and Vern Vogler, Mac Jew, Aircoin. Members of Council, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House of Keys, we shall now caption the Act just promulgated on Tynwald Hill. Alton Conseil, Lauder, Alton Caris Feed, St. Gerard Albert in Quail, with Quail Tynwald, Currajar Nish, Jeramert, and Charo, Le Jag, J. Rees Cherry, and Tower. Fair Need is Caris Feed, Egg Air, Clagger, Savora, and Stulish. Tammy Gimmick, Alton and Honourable, the Hatu, Son Fagal, and Wooshla, Azim Bruern. Members of the Council, Mr Speaker, and members of the House of Keys, that concludes the business of the Court. Tynwald Court will now stand adjourned to Monday the 14th of July, 10 a.m. in Douglas. I now call upon honourable members to stand for the departure of His Excellency and the Judicial Party.
Well, the captioning ceremony is now complete. There is a final Tynwald sitting of the parliamentary year still to come, and that takes place from July the 14th in Tynwald Court in Douglas. As far as the official proceedings of today are concerned, His Excellency will shortly depart to conclude the formal business. But this day is far from over, and there are a number of celebrations taking place around the island. There's plenty going on between now and later this evening.
And now does seem an apt time, actually, to acknowledge everyone involved in the organisation of Tynwald Day. An enormous amount of work goes on behind the scenes to make sure it runs smoothly. And today is what the watching world witnesses, but much preparation goes into it that few others can see.
Everyone plays a part, from the president of Tynwald to the staff and ushers who have been standing for some time now, since early this morning. From the security team, the messengers, the crew, technicians, the whole team behind this production, and those in the Clerk of Tynwald's office. Always efficient, always professional, and we'd like to extend our thanks to those whose efforts have contributed to making our National Day the highlight of the Manx calendar.
And once the honoured guests have concluded and left the chapel, there will, of course, be one final gathering outside for the official 2025 Tynwald Day photograph, at moment marked in time for posterity. For those of you watching live, Kiri will be speaking to some more guests shortly, so do stay tuned. For those of you here in person, this is where our commentary comes to a close. So on behalf of Mandy, Kiri and myself, a sincere thanks to all of you who have travelled to St John's today, and those who are enjoying our National Day live online to see this unique piece of Manx tradition. Enjoy the rest of your National Day, and from Mandy, Kiri and myself, Guramayud Ard as fast am I.
we trying to get? Even though I wish she was still here. She was great.
Joined by Claire Barber. Claire, how was it on the hill? I know the sun has been cracking the flags. Was it really warm?
Well, right on the hill it wasn't so warm because we're underneath the canopy of the tent. We were saying years like this you could do with not having the canopy.
This is true.
Although actually we've not had a wet year when I've been here, and I think I would be right under where all the water would fall. So look, I'm just grateful for it being a great day, a great turnout, and that's what's really important, is that the Manx people come out and hear the laws that have been made in the land, and are part of what is just a real celebration of all things Manx.
It really is. I see so many people have arrived this morning. It was a bit windy to start with, but now this Fairfield is chocker. The silver band is playing. It's something so special about Tynwald Day. This is your 9th or 10th time on the hill?
Yes, my 9th time, my 9th year, my 8th time on the hill. I had 1 year I was ill, and actually I felt awful sitting in a hospital bed, not able to be here, listening in, tuned in, hearing it all going on. But yeah, it's great. I think you see just people of every age, every background. I think that's what's so important. You know, this isn't, we're all dressed up, and, some of us feel less comfortable being dressed up, this is finding a hat, rooting around, trying to get everything right. But, actually, it's really for everyone. And I want anyone to know you don't have to get dressed up to come in the public. This really is, anyone can come along, listen to what's going on, come and talk to us. We're all around. We want to make clear this is about being accessible. But actually, we've got the parades, a celebration of our, the people in our armed forces, people who are protecting us, but also our charitable sector. We see all the flags there representing all the different organisations. And I think it's great actually seeing the parade way now lined with guides and scouts and cadets and, all these people who are part of our community and really, coming along to celebrate everything, as I say, that it is, that means to be Manx.
And that said, it is the young people. It's getting them rooted into Tynwald Day as we know it to bring it forward. Do you think the tradition will carry on?
Oh, absolutely. We were commenting how, you see little bits changing. I noticed this year the coroners didn't all kneel down, and every year there's a bit of a 4 people fit on one step. And I thought, well, they've only put one kneeling mat out. So there's, there are little changes, but actually what we've seen is more and more Manx language, and I think we've seen more and more of the Manx culture. And for me, that is absolutely imperative. So I think Tynwald Day is going to be here for thousands of years to come, and that's absolutely as it should be. And, I hope that I'll be able to come along, whatever role I'm playing at that time, and bring my kids along and let them enjoy it as well.
And for this afternoon, what's the plans?
So go and have a look at some of the stalls, go and see what's going on, and then this evening we've got the President's Dinner, which is an opportunity to spend time with the guests of Tynwald. Slightly upset because I love Tynwald Fest, that's my secret. I love the ceilidh, I love the food, I love the celebration, I love the pipes and drums in the hill, so I'm hoping I'll be able to sneak back in time for that.
Fingers crossed.
Get a bit of everything that's great about today.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, anyway, I won't keep you any longer, Claire. Thank you for your time.
Oh, great. Thanks, Kerry.
Thank you.
Well, I'm delighted to be joined by the Chief Minister, Alfred Cannon. Mr. Cannon, I would imagine a lot of pride today, but also there's probably an element of relief once the official formal proceedings are out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's very ceremonial, and you've got a role to play within that, and one that you take a great deal of pride in fulfilling. But yes, I mean, as you come to the end of the ceremony, it is time to relax and then see family and friends, and of course have a chance to go out onto the Fairfield and see some of the stalls and stall holders.
What is your plan for this afternoon now? Can you just relax a little bit and mingle with family and friends and just enjoy the rest of the day, and then you'll probably have an event this evening as well?
Well, I wanted to go over and see some of the stalls and see what's happening on the Fairfield. I hope to have some lunch with my mother and some family members, and then yes, this evening onto the Tynwald ceremony again with the banquet and drinks at the Governor's.
And just tell me, of course there's the Beat the Retreat as well this evening. Just tell me, when you were a young nipper in shorts if you like, did you have many memories of being brought to this day with your father and mother or other family members?
Well, my first memory of Tynwald was in the CCF. Right. Was to come here and to line the route. So I think that must have been about 1982. I remember it well because it is a long time stood out there, especially as a very young boy, and you know, I really remember that and take my hat off now to the cadets and indeed the uniformed soldiers who line that route for it must be a good 2.5 hours, and they do a sterling job. But yeah, lots of memories of Tynwald Day, definitely throughout the years.
Well, thank you for your time, as I know you're a busy man. Enjoy the rest of your Tynwald Day, and thank you again. Really nice to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Alfred Cannon, the Chief Minister. And we're actually going to go now from one delight to another, shall we say, because I'm joined here by Amanda Sinister from the Great North Air Ambulance. Now, a lot of you will realise that the Great North Air Ambulance have done some sterling work in the Isle of Man over the last 3 years, but particularly the profile has been raised in recent years. Amanda, you're over for Tynwald Day, and lovely to see you again, to help raise that profile further.
That's right, yes. So we've just appointed a community fundraiser who's based over here at the Isle of Man, and they'll be starting with us next month. So we can keep that activeness going all the time. And it's just brilliant to be part of the day and seeing so many people enjoying such a momentous day.
Now, hearing you speak, I'm tempted to go, why Ironman? Because obviously you're not from this part of the world.
Why Ironman, that's correct.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'm from Newcastle. I came over especially, but I've been coming over at the Isle of Man for the last 3 years as the Air Ambulance representative.
And just for those who perhaps don't know, the Great North Air Ambulance covers a proximity in the north of England, including the Isle of Man.
We do, yes. So we actually have over 8,000 square miles to cover, which is one of the largest air ambulance coverages in the UK. We cover the borders of Scotland all the way down to Whitby and Scarborough, Cumbria, Lake District, and obviously the Isle of Man.
And in terms of the role you do, and obviously fundraising, it's an essential part of that. You're here for the Isle of Man effectively 24/7 when required.
So we can't travel at night, we can't use a helicopter on an evening because we have to fly to tree-lit hospital helipads or things like that, because where we land it's too dangerous to see the dangers underneath us. So until we've got some tree-lit helipads, we'll just be using the helicopter through daylight hours for now.
And has the demand for your services increased in recent times?
It has. So we've done over 70 rescue missions over to the Isle of Man since we started, which is an amazing amount of people that have needed our service. And we're very grateful to be able to support you all and be there for that.
Well, I know you've got a number of volunteers, including the Deal family and Kurt Michael. They're all very supportive and very passionate about what you do. Thank you for your time, and people can come just finally and visit you've got a stand this afternoon.
We have, yes.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Amanda. And I know Kiri now is with a captain of the parish, Peter Quayle.
With Peter Quayle, captain of the parish for Maloo. Peter, you're holding on to your hat. Did it blow off?
No, it's been a good day. I remember Noel Kringle said that for 40-odd years he was at Tynwald and he never had a wet seat once, maybe, in 40 years.
Goodness me.
So Tynwald generally is a good dry day, and we've had a great day today.
We'd like to hope so in the middle of July. Normally it's haymaking weather, so today you've left the farm to come to Tynwald Day. What would you have normally been doing?
We've got a few campers about. It's sort of nice to meet them. We're ready to make silage. The lambs are growing quite well. We're looking forward to the agriculture shows.
Excellent.
One's at your
It is,
farm.
yeah. Southern District shows around the corner.
Only in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
So we look forward to that.
And this is your second time on the hill. Were you a little bit more relaxed this time?
Yes. It was a bit nervous last year, but we've got a good group. They're a great bunch. Most of them are in agriculture. They captains of the parish, and they're a good bunch. So it was a lot easier.
A lot easier. Now this hat
we've got a great governor, haven't we?
Indeed.
And his wife.
Lots of great people.
We're probably they're just outstanding the way they get involved with everything, but they're just so nice with everyone.
They've been to a lot of community events right around the Isle of Man, and today to have them here again and just speaking the Manx language as well, embracing it. And like Minister Barber said before, that's something about Tynwald Day. Everybody's getting culturally involved, getting the next generation brought through. Yeah. And is that what you like about it as well?
Well, it's a special day, and it is great to see lots of things going on. I'm actually going on to Cronkavody Sports, which I've been involved in for lots of years, and I do the comparing, and it's absolutely brilliant up there, and they work hard, and loads of children. Some of the running races are amazing, and they give good prize money, and some of the children go away with quite a lot of money, and they've had a great run, good afternoon, so we're looking forward to that as well.
Excellent. I hope you got your running shoes ready then.
I just watch. I used to be able to run all day, now it tires me out watching people do it.
Well, anyway, I'll let you go and get prepared. Thank you,
Nice
Peter.
to see you.
Thank
Nice
you.
Well, delighted to be joined by two people who are in fine voice all of the time, although only one of them needed to be in fine voice particularly today. Ruth Tickle, this year's Cleveland medal winner, not her first rodeo of course, and captain of the parish of Rushen, Paul Costain, of course, multiple-time Cleveland medal winner as well. A proud day for both of you.
Absolutely.
I mean, just let me start with you, Ruth. What is that moment like? Because I would imagine that there's apprehension and excitement when you stand up early on in the whole ceremony in the chapel, and as is tradition, you perform.
It's a real privilege moment. It is definitely one of the highlights of winning the Cleveland, getting to come and do this, and obviously a very proud kind of moment to be part of such a old and amazing ceremony. So yeah, always a very, almost a kind of one of those like, ooh, tingle moments. It's brilliant.
What memories have you got of Tynwald Day as a child growing up?
As a child, I would often come and watch and kind of sit on the wall, the grass bank there, and watch everyone going up and down. So actually to be in the church and kind of walking up and down to the hill is really exciting, something I probably never thought as a little girl I'd ever get the chance to do.
And what about you, Paul? Because obviously you're
well,
sort of...
I'm very proud of Ruth because we're both pupils of Mrs. Eleanor Shimon. And you know, Eleanor has been she's made me who I am today. So you know, I wouldn't be a Cleveland medal without a music teacher.
Nor me.
And we're both part of a quartet as well. So
that's right, you
Jane
are.
Jane Corkle and Chris
Yes.
Sullivan. So
Yeah.
we still perform together.
That's
so,
right. I've seen.
we've performed here, haven't we?
We
when
have, yeah.
Princess Anne was
Yeah.
here, we sang and yeah.
And in terms of today, obviously your memories of Tynwald Day will go back a long time as well. And by the way, you mentioned you mentioned Eleanor. I mean, rarely an interview moment passes without you mentioning her because she had that big an influence on you.
Absolutely,
didn't she?
yeah. Well, my childhood, to be fair, I wasn't allowed the day off. I was always at home working on the farm, so it's nice. But even now, it's still nice to. I was up early, checked the animals, came here, and enjoy the festivities of the day. And certainly, you're a part of history, aren't you, Ruth? I mean, I'm so. Once you win that Cleveland medal, and then you come here, everything is just the icing on the cake,
the pinnacle. And as a Manxman, walking along the processional way as captain of the parish, what goes through your mind?
Don't trip up.
Yeah.
And remember
There's
to
a
take
few
the hat.
obstacles, aren't there?
Yeah, remembering to take the hat off, of course, as well.
My co-commentator.
Yeah. Oh no, it's a very proud moment when you see. It's a very proud Manxman, as we all are.
Kiri Kermode, who you'll know well, my co-commentator, said to me just before there's a little bit of a story about the hat and the hat box assortment.
Well, only as much as I obviously had to purchase a top hat last year. Well, you cannot buy the boxes, and then lo and behold, the local auction house had a top hat and box. Now this box must be 100 years old, and on the side of it, it looks like it's been made of pig skin, and on the side of it are all these travel stickers where it has travelled around the world. So it's nice to have a box to put it in, because I'm always putting it down and putting it on things.
And yes, on furry animals like that. Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely to see you both. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
James,
many congratulations on your respective roles today, and thank you for your time as well. And
thank you very much.
All the family.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Paul Costain and Ruth Tickle. And I know we're drawing towards the end of this broadcast, but I do want to bring in a gentleman who has played an integral part in Ireland community life and Ireland political life now for more than 3 decades. He stood down as president of Tynwald 4 years ago, but he's always here, always supporting, and always enjoy having a word with him on Tynwald Day, and that is Steve Roden, the former Speaker, the former President, the former Garth MHK. Faster my to you, sir.
Faster my, James.
Lovely to see you.
And you.
Presumably on a day like today, you can see it from a different sphere again that you did throughout your political life.
Well, it was 30 years ago today was my first official participation in Tynwald. I'd attended once or twice. Previous to that, I was in the pipe band in those days, and I 1988 took my young daughter and we sat on the stand. The late Dr. Mann got us tickets, so it's marvellous to be here again.
And that was 88, did you say?
1988 was my first
So was
one.
that the moment that the sort of first seed of political intrigue was born?
Well,
in terms of over here, obviously you had previous experience across
I had
the
been,
adjacent isle.
I never dreamt that I would get involved over here. But I did. If it's in your blood, there's not much you can do about it. But it's been a great privilege to serve in Tynwald and to be of some service to people in the Isle of Man.
Some service is an understatement, sir. You said 30 years ago, 1995 was your very first Tynwald,
yes.
As a politician.
As a
There'd just been a by-election by that point?
Yes, there was a by-election. Dr. Edgar Mann had been elevated to the Legislative Council, so there was a by-election in Garth, and actually it was one of the last elections to be fought under STV, the old well, it had been introduced to replace first past the post, but only lasted about 8 years, and then we went back to first past the post.
So that was 96, it reverted back,
yes,
didn't it?
It did. It did.
I think Victor Neal was a champion
he
of that.
He was a great
wasn't
champion of that, and it was a sad day for him when they abolished it.
Yeah. I'd like to just have the final word with you today, because I saw over the weekend you paid your own tribute to somebody who we heard about earlier during the ceremony, who were all very sad about the passing of Tim Baker in recent days.
Yes.
You worked with him for 5 years. He was a gentleman, wasn't he?
He certainly was. I think when you said that earlier, that absolutely summed him up. He was a very thoughtful, courteous man, very good at debate and respectful in debate, and he raised the standard of debate in Tynwald, in my opinion, and he served as a minister also. Not in the easiest of circumstances with some of the issues that were going on at the time, but I liked him immensely, and a terrible, sad loss to the island, and desperately sad for his family to lose husband and father at such an early age.
We will miss him indeed, and we're thinking of his family at this time. On a political sphere, a lot of people miss you very much, but it's lovely to see you.
Kind of you to say, so it's great to be here again.
Lovely to see you, and pass wishes to Anna
I will do.
And all the family.
And you're one of the Tynwald stalwarts by now, that's for sure.
Grey hair now, sir, but lovely to see you. Thank you very much
Thank
indeed.
You, James.
Steve Roden, the former Speaker, President and Garth MHK. And just finally, really, to wrap things up, just where we started, a few yards away, some 4 or so hours ago, Kiri. It's been another super morning, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely incredible. The weather has held out with us. Everybody looks amazing. The field, I've never seen it so full, James. It was just, everybody wants to celebrate Tynwald Day.
I think it was certainly the busiest Tynwald we've had since 2021, when Princess Anne, Princess Royal was here, and obviously the weather helps, and there was a nice breeze, which again, it's not too hot for all those standing for hours upon end. But just spoken to Paul Costain about, and he's told me about his hat box, so we've covered that. What's your plans for I was going to say what's your plans for the rest of the day, actually, but you've got a boat to catch.
I've got a dash, typically off to the Great Yorkshire Show to show my sheep today. So they settle in this evening, and then 4 days over there, which will be nice. It'll be a nice break. It's a holiday, working holiday maybe. But no, we are sad to miss Tynwald Day. This is something that I've never missed.
Yeah.
You know, we've been coming here, my parents have been coming for generations as well, grandparents. It is so special to us as a family, and I will miss it. What about yourself?
Well, I'm hoping to meet my mum, who's at the family history tent, and then I've got a few other plans, and then grandson's got a cricket match at KWC, but that's another story. Just finally, really lovely to see you. I was going to say there's a boat in the morning, there's a boat in the afternoon. That was the MHK's Viking longboat sojourn about 9 days ago. They called it there's a vote in the morning, which was quite apt, but we'll talk about that next year for election year. On behalf of Kiri and myself, and indeed Mandy Griffin for her involvement earlier as well, and on behalf of the whole team, A big thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your input. And whatever you're doing around the world, enjoy the rest of your Tynwald Day 2025. Thank you.